Hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/RotakuSanatsu. And if you're watching YouTube and you like to see me, like, make, comment, subscribe, and if you like to see if you dislike, and so do I. Either way, hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me go check sound, I guess, because I don't think anybody's here to check for me. So... Yep, we're good. Ba-ba. Let me make sure that road is plugged into Pincha. We're good. Let me get the game up and rolling. Sure, I'm gonna fix this one in here. There we go. Alright, so we are back in here. We're gonna build. I think we need to build like at least one more build. Before Christmas, obviously. We want to get done. And as I've said, we'll work on the wall the rest of the year, I think. We'll pick times whenever people want me to do that. Because I do think it's not Christmassy, it's just gonna be a pain to do. And it will allow us to next time have more idea of like the room and stuff. And if you guys decide you want me to work on the Christmas village for whatever reason, we can as well. This was a good one. Now the question is, where do we want the next house to be? Because we're going to want houses on this side as well. And we need to remember that the walls could be down there, so I don't really want to do anything. I kind of want to adjust... You know what? I know what I want to do next. I want to build the house that is going to be down below the shop, because I did say I wanted another shop there, didn't I? What'll be here, so basically, like, either you can go up, or you could go on to like a little path here. I might even just add a little fencing so that they're prevented from like kind of getting hurt. And then I want a little house here. I might even add like a little bit more dirt here as well, just to kind of give it a little bit more room. But step one is to dig it out. We know this was a butcher, but we don't need it to be one, so... And I could do an igloo, if you will. But... I think it'd be better to kind of have it be more of a house. Potentially. Gathering up stuff. Alright. There. I do need to remove that. Alright, so for the space, I'm thinking... What do we want to do? I'm not sure. What I think I want to do here is I actually want to have this be like this. Potentially. And I want the back of the house to hold this up. Kind of a nice way to have it be handled. I'm gonna need to put that down a second, but that way we can have the house kind of fit here. I can make it a little bit wider. It only needs to be like 3 high. It doesn't have to be huge or anything. 3.5, and maybe we can have it like go down into the ground because I don't think there's anything quite below it. I mean, there is stuff below if we were to go down a bit, but I don't think there's actually anything here. Yeah. So that does work, and there really isn't anything here because I've removed the only thing that would have been here. So I think, pretty sure. Or I was gonna put something here and I just didn't. I don't know which one it was, but either way, it doesn't matter. Concept-wise, I think I want it to be a newer-ish house. I actually think I want it to be a pink house. Means I'm gonna need to grow some cherry blossoms, but my reasoning is because I haven't really done a whole bunch this year of those, and I do think that would be good. But the reason why I think it would be nice to have some of that is I had some here somewhere. Yeah. We're just gonna grab a whole bunch of these over the one spot that I have for that, but a few bones on my person. Yeah, I think that would be a good way to kind of have it be handled, I guess. And the newer build would just kind of be because of where it's kind of tucked into. Like, they started with trying to add more buildings into the space that really wasn't designed around the concept of expanding in that way, I guess? Or rather, it kind of was, but not. Not the expectation of needing to build a wall. More than anything. You can tell this is where I did stuff. Put one here as well. Oh, I see. I need to get more bones. Well, that'll work. You know, I mean, I think that it kind of fits. So, like, at first they're trying to fit in more. And then it basically instead expands in two different directions. One, it expands out more around and out. And two, the buildings that they do start adding near the front here, where you'd want to have more, like, the military stuff and all that, kind of becomes less about trying to have, like, actual housing, and it's just like, how many people can you fit in an area? Which is why, obviously, these buildings, once you were to get past here, slowly would become basically able to hold 2, 3, maybe 4. Just could have, like, several buildings within it. You go in and you have that double layer there that takes you up to each floor. And you just stop at the right floor. That's just the idea, though, you know? And then, of course, across the mountain as it goes along, you could also have normal housing as well. Well, more like that, but kind of potentially still more compact. Might have a few that's built nice and kind of pretty, but that it is more in line with holding 2 families, maybe 3. Because in reality, it's not really adapted to living that life. I think I'm making it back. I think I need to go sleep real quick, and then we'll go back over. No, I know I put something here. I don't remember what. Or rather, there's something like on the outside. What was there? Oh, never mind. I just had to refill it, I guess, because it had iron or something. Upper 1, 2, 3. They don't actually have names. You guys never named them. I don't think. I'd at least have a sign. And I never named them either, so I mean, it's on me too, but like. Alright, anyway. But obviously, this is the concept as well. It is a Christmas town. There is a bit of an apocalypse to why it's a Christmas town like this with all the color and all that, and not just like. Why it's basically peppermint and not, As I've said, there's a few places around that are kind of meant for just housing people. The anti-tree soldiers, I guess. Perfect. I mean, actually, this is a crazy looking tree. Potential tree. Basic. Let's see. I don't think there's any other. They're just kind of here. I'm just double checking because you never know. I think there might be one there, but I can't tell. Can't tell if I'm picking up any, I think that's the end of this line. Should be, in theory. We'll see how much I need to go up again. I think that's everything. Dude, that should be pretty good, because it'll let me have a couple trees worth of wood there. I need to wait and see if that's everything. I almost have enough, saplings to redo it. Need to get more bone meal, but... Yeah, it looks like I think I got all of it. Maybe right here, but I think it's just that thick. Alright, Alright, but hey, we got a little overstack. That worked out well for us. Cat has come to say hello. I'm gonna pause a second while I figure out what he's up to. And then unpause, and now the guy's like, oh, he's just chilling. Nope, he's not. Buna. Honey. I can't see. I think I actually have a way up this way. Honey? Yeah, you. Yeah, I see your big stretches. Doesn't mean I accept. See, all I see are your big stretches. I need you out of the way. Honey, I literally cuddled and snuggled and... until you left. I'm pretty sure you left. I didn't. How dare I, the evil woman, love and care for you when it's the time to do that. Yeah, no, I'm evil, obviously. Yeah, you smell my drink. You don't like the smell. You don't like ginger ale. You don't like cherries. But you both definitively will not like cherry ginger ale. Honey. Honey. He's looking at it like it's the most evil thing in the world, and I'm just left with, you don't have to drink it. You had a drink. You then tried to get little bro to give you something special. Little bro did not. And so now you're upset and telling me how you're so mistreated. And little bro was just getting a drink himself for his own. You don't need that. Mean. But you are. Mean. Demanding. Now, the question is, do we... I mean, obviously it has to be the pink because the implication is meant to be that the pink is just all the way through, bark, all blah, blah, blah. The question is, I do think I want it to be here. I'm not gonna question. So, yeah, I definitely need to pull this out some so that they won't accidentally fall, because you want that there. The question is, do I want to pull this in a little bit there? And maybe, actually. So you can have like a little extra space there. Kinda. Hayo to us. Eve, yeah. Well, I think you could say Merry Christmas Eve. Or... I know, technically for you, it's not quite midnight yet. But, I mean, it is for me. Oh, Buna's found a frog. He was investigating. Alright. So this is gonna be... Huh? I am doing fine. I'm not kidding. Buddha found a frog on the window. I think. It might just be like a wasp nest or something. But it looks like a frog where I'm sitting, so obviously it's interesting. Now... What I'm thinking here is I want this to be a little room. That's the side. Nah, I meant... I look up, I see him looking outside. Alright, now, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I want there to be... I'm gonna remove this here. Maybe. Or it goes here. I kind of like the idea of leaving that one as is, though, and then, like... I mean, I don't have that many out here. Alright, I need to sleep. But yeah, no, Bruno just, he was upset because he tried to get little bro to give him something. Little bro did not, obviously, because little bro was just getting some water before going to bed. But now he just feels his whole night is ruined. He keeps coming to tell me how his night is ruined. My cat, I mean, specifically. I really should specify that. Now I just need to understand that he needs something. And I'm just going, no. That's because I don't want to get up. As I plot out this, house. The first house of who knows how many. Alright, so this house is gonna be, like this. Probably put something up here. The actual, obviously, thing here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this hook in. Like so. So it has a little heater. Also, a little butcher would end up living here, I guess. Can have a little butchery station here. Potentially. Don't really want to, though. A hut and a house? I mean, this is a house. A hut would be more kind of... The fisherman has a hut. I mean, he's not really got much to it. It's just a little... to it and all that. Whereas this has more of like a house. He's gonna have like a... build here, all that. Maybe I make the bush... I just take this with me and I make a normal oven furnace to go here so he doesn't become a butcher, because we have the butcher downstairs. Yeah, I think I want a normal... They've actually got some... Good question. I feel like overall a hut can be a shack and a shack kind of can be a hut, but it's got some variations to it. I mean, in reality, they're all just kind of forms of house. I'm just saying what I kind of feel like it would make more sense to assume. Like, obviously, this is a house. It's got multiple layers, da 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 da. Even though in reality, it's would have been turned into basically a room, multiple rooms and the like, right? Due to just the need for a room, having the library here, and this would be a little house as well. And then, as I've said, this is the detective. Who has his room and the one he'd be renting to someone. Not having room enough for oneself. Hot dog isn't. I feel like that's one to. Because technically, a hot dog would be. Not, you know? Due to the fact that it's one piece of bread, the bun. Whereas a sandwich typically has two. I know they're like, oh, there's open faced sandwich, but I feel like there is. Cannoli is a dessert. More in line with an eclair or a cream puff. Unless you're going to try and say that an eclair or a cream puff is a sandwich. Better off going with a Napoleon. Cake. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Alright, I feel like you're just trying to say things that you think would upset people if they pop on. I could be wrong, but... Goodness, what? Any more wood? What do you suggest my Boona Boy is? Didn't that work? Let's see. The Boona Boy, he be a cat. Nothing else. Do we have this also be a... No, because this would go here. Well, I guess this could be a small window here. But you wouldn't really have much of a review, so maybe not. I just realized it might be better to... And also, I think what I wanted to... I think I want this to be 3 tall. The basic, roof. I thought about going higher, but I just don't think so. I think 3 is fine. Alright, also, we're gonna do that. Maybe. No, that still doesn't feel good. That still feels very uncomfortable. Err. I need more wood. I also need to use this here so that we can expand this out. As I said, I want it to be more, There's actually a thing here, right? Yeah. Sure, I can do it in a second. I'm gonna go sleep first, though. Meow, meow, meow. Na, 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 na. Alrighty. Already hit bones. Bones away. Alright, let's go grow some more trees. And once we have enough, we can have the ultimate house. Okay, that was not good. That was off. I felt it. From what? You mean the cats? We don't really. The cats don't really have an opinion. Or they don't really try to climb up the tree. They like hiding under it instead. Okay, that might be a bit much. So we kind of get lucky in that front. No? Overall, they really don't, because they like feeling safe under the tree. It's a great hidey hole for them. So then they're like, huh, the humans gave us a great place to hide. They'll never find us here. It's actually kind of funny. Thick. I think that was it, right? Yeah. Kind of amazing that almost nothing grows this way. Alright, I think that's it. For just, like, big things to find. Oh, yeah, definitely, because we were already getting the sun kind of poking through there. Okay, good. I was gonna be like, oh crap. Do I have enough room for this wood? I was left with the very real possibility of no. Alright, I know there's more out this way. Alright. I think that's it. I may have to pillar up and get a little bit more, but overall, that should be it. I'm gonna let this grow as well, just kind of naturally, and come back to it. There we go. Yeah, we got all of it. Perfect. Alright. I think that's good. I'll let that just kind of disappear. Uh, just under 100, yeah. Anyway, but no, none of our cats go under the tree because they're... But they don't go on the tree. They did consider it like the first couple years, but our tree isn't very secure. So they know that it's definitely not a good idea. Like I said, they rather like hiding underneath it instead. Like their little presents. I know there's cats that do, and I know one of our cats would. That would be my brother's cat. But... She doesn't really, because she's scared. It's all gonna come crumbling down on top of her. Which I don't blame her. Might. Oh, that's right. I was gonna instead do this. I realized. And another one will be here. There we go. So you have a little area back here for a bedroom. You have a little main area here like this. We'll have a little roof. I guess. I do want to kind of fill this in just a little bit there and have where the little border kind of stops here. I think. Maybe there. So that it feels logical, because I want there to be a little border here. No big one. But enough of one that, yeah. You're not gonna just, like, fall off. I know technically we could do the there, but I don't think I actually want this to kind of come here anymore. I like it as a concept. I do that they would have the, I think having the pathway over here doesn't really make sense since there's nothing to path to here. I know the villagers wouldn't necessarily path there anyway, but I kind of want to just have it be... Sure, this here maybe has one. Yeah, my voice is not good today. Okay, I tried. I tried for you. Like, my voice just doesn't want to do it. I can. I can't go that high, though. It'll kind of need to be the case with the, Sorry. I'm sorry for your ears as well. That probably wasn't pleasant. I think I want... Yeah, I actually think I want these. Yeah, get some down there. Doesn't feel right. Alright, anyway. Anyway, what are we doing tomorrow? You guys still haven't come to the decision? Tomorrow's the Christmas. I know you want me to stream. I'm not gonna say no to that. I more admit. I wanted to know what you guys wanted me to stream. I thought, yeah, you guys always are so opinionated. I mean, not you, Tomas. I'm not them you specifically, but like, at this point, there's a high chance it will just be Cookie Clicker. I don't know what else to do. I know I don't. Fair enough. That's fair. Alright, do we just want to play whatever music? Cause whatever. We don't, like, save the VOD, maybe? If you're here kind of thing? Okay. I'm not gonna save the VOD then, and we can do whatever music. And so that, also that way, if you guys have, like, a specific music you want me to put on, I will do that as well. Because, like I said, what I'll do is it will just be, because I'm not gonna worry about anything. But because of that, that means I probably won't save it, because last time it just restricted it out the wazoo, and I just didn't feel like that was, kind of fair. Like, if you go back and you want to watch it and you can't because it's decided for right now, oh, because you played this song. And since it's Cookie Clicker, I don't think it's the end of the world to miss, you know? And if you guys want me to see something specific, I can also, like, quit out to do that as well. That way. That works. I just... This is what plan. Because I know you guys are gonna be, well, not everyone, but getting those last minute preparations done and all that. I don't do anything too crazy. Now, I do... I'll do this side. Do you mean, am I gonna stream on Christmas? Or do you mean what are we doing just for the day? Where's the family, if that's what you mean? Cause yeah, me, had Atlas, Mom. Probably go see family. Who knows? Maybe Little Bro will stream. Probably not. Little Bro Atlas. Because I mean, I think you know he's decided to start streaming. I don't know when he's gonna stream. So it'll just be a nice reminder. He has no set schedule, and he'll do it when he feels like it. But he's streaming on Kick now. If you want to find a Mega Atlas for my little baby bro, that's where he's gonna be. That should be it. Or if you're waiting for his edited VODs, he does still have his YouTube channel, which he will still post to. That being separate videos. So there's that. There. Heyo, Kenny! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you've been well. Welcome to the Christmas town. You've missed the entirety of me playing a different modded Minecraft. For like one of the mods I've been doing. Because we started at Thanksgiving and we're done since yesterday. We're just playing. Glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you've been well. Or you're at least doing well right now. Oh, so you did see? Sorry, I wouldn't know. Even if I check, it won't tell me at the time who's watching. Anyway. But, yeah, we just finished a modded series I've been doing. It was a short one. Very, very short. Because it uses Create. I didn't think it would last long. It lasted longer than I thought it was gonna. Realistically speaking. I thought it was gonna be out by Thanksgiving. We started like just a bit before. And I basically played every day. But it actually lasted. It lasted. I could have probably had it last till like probably day after Christmas. But realistically speaking, I don't think I could have it last much longer than that, because... Well, you know. It needed more and more in, and then I'm just like, okay, I'm barely getting it to work. Part of it was how far I traveled, but part of it was, most of it was just Create. Actually, most of this time, probably. So I continue to also load in more Create stuff over and over every time I'd go somewhere new. Actually gonna use this as recycled. Will be the idea. Anyway, I've got a little bit done here on Christmas Village this year. We've decided that we'll work on the wall over the course of the rest of the year. So it's no longer going to be only during Christmas that I work on the village, I guess you could say. But the bit that I'll be working on will be the part that I don't need to worry about that so much. Hopefully. So that is going to be a change with how I do this, because I just am left with... Because this year I decided, and I actually think I like it better as scale-wise to do that, even though it's going to be so many years worth of work potentially, especially if I start doing other games that I've been looking at. But hopefully we don't have to. But yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, what do you think of my holiday outfit? I guess. Time and effort dedicated. Fair enough. I think. So I'm gonna do here. We're gonna make one of these. Or two. No. Couldn't work that way. Shame it doesn't, but still. Alright, so we're gonna put this here. To allow the smoke out, obviously. And then we're gonna cover it with this. There! Because now that's just a little flat house there. I need to add these things in. I haven't decided how I want to do that. I'll do something though. And I think it'll look nice. It'll feel good. Honestly, the main area, every time I work on it, just kind of becomes a little bit more feeling like the actual, like, town. Even if it's just the outside of the building. Which is nice because it allows me to do a little bit more, every time. I think we did this. Now we have a house here. It's not done, but it will be. And even as you come up here, you've got that there. Kind of matches, which makes some sense, I guess. There, so it's like that. It feels kind of good, actually. Yeah. Feels like it's if you they can replace that part, and then it's just the frame. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say like right here-ish. We're gonna have a light there. Actually, I don't want it like that. I want it to be... yeah, like that. I might make some more shelves and stuff, or I might make different shelves, but I kind of like that as an idea, just kind of having a shelf there like that and all that, to fill it in more. And yeah, as I said, we got the ice fishing here, so that's how the fisherman can fish. And have this fishing shop. Honestly, it actually is feeling more and more like a little actual little town, which is, and like I said, it's very nice. If you have people, he can live in here. He lives in here. Maybe I want a house here as well. Like if I was to back this up a little bit, maybe, or something small, so that it feels like I said, the idea is, at least in part, that they would at least at first be an attempt to kind of have everyone just living like before expansion, which obviously we're also going to work on as well. You're kind of like ending up having each one become a little bit closer together, whether you want it to or not. Slowly but surely kind of filling in more. I'm not saying I'm a bully. I'm just saying in general, as a concept, it kind of makes some sense to assume that you would... this wouldn't be a long-term problem. After all, realistically speaking, how would you realize that the world is going to go that far to crap? So, at first, you just start trying to fill everyone kind of... like, having people kind of song, by the way. I probably would also want to add, like, especially like along there, where we're gonna have the trees, maybe some ruins, right? Concept-wise, as you try to fit more and more people in, adding more and more buildings, because, well, hopefully, soon things are gonna get better. But there's no way of knowing that in reality, it just simply put, isn't. Uh-huh. Because there was no reason to expect something like that. So if we could have like a little house here or there. And then obviously eventually you have where you're starting to expand, which is what I'm doing right now, is setting up where the expansion would be. But the expansion is going to feel kind of off, but that's kind of on purpose. As other things start being added in. So like here, I mean, you can see, like, while it goes to there, it wouldn't necessarily go all and to this to some extent. But especially, like, you go here, and then I kind of like the idea of maybe even having a little bit of wall here crumble down. Where there would have been a wall, but then it's like they instead continue to expand out, finding places to be able to fit people and things. And the like, because you start needing more and more room for more and more things. Like over here, you're gonna have, this is gonna be a lava farm, because this is gonna be their energy source. Hello, Chris, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Got everything done for Christmas? I'm glad to hear you do well. Cool. I do need to expand this out. Get this part done, do this. Back here, starting to have the lava farm being started. As I said. Nah. As much as can be done at the moment. But yeah, like, concept-wise, I mean, obviously I finished the modded Minecraft house, right? We're not gonna finish that. We're not gonna go back to that, probably. So there's that. Real life, as much as I can. I suppose that we are definitely... Well, gotta get everything under the tree, all that stuff. Although that's gonna be more on Mom than me. But, probably help some. Had to decide what are we definitively doing tomorrow for specifically Christmas. I guess we're doing Cookie Clicker. But I'm not gonna post the VOD for Cookie Clicker, and instead I'm gonna let you guys pick whatever music you want. Or I'll put on music and stuff too. Okay? So we can go a little bit more crazy with our choices. Yeah. So, like, if you want me to put on a specific, preferably Christmas song, I'm going to be willing, because it's going to... I'm not going to publish the VOD. Fair enough. Up to you. Because, like I said, it's Cookie Clicker, and it's just basically... I don't know. Nothing really gonna happen. If you pick if you pop in and pick a song, I'll put it on. I think it's just kind of worthwhile to do something more chill, because realistically speaking, I don't think anyone has ever watched one of my Cookie Clicker VODs even. So I just feel like it's kind of meant to be for when you want to chill. If you come in, we're Cookie Clicking. We're just gonna basically pick up where we left off last year. as we did last year. Nothing too crazy or exciting should be happening. In theory. But that's just kind of why I just was like, yeah, nothing. I mean, it's nothing fun, to be clear, or anything like that, but it's just like. I like having different. I like actually having Christmas music for Christmas. In last year's VOD, I did upload it to YouTube. It is restricted in some countries because, you know, Warner Brothers is or Chappelle or whatever. I wouldn't even just go. It's just like, yeah, thanks. I think it is at least a few other publishers. Because I know I was going to get the copyright claims. I didn't care about that, as I've said. I don't get paid on YouTube. But beyond that, even if I did, I don't think it's that big a deal because they want to make the money off if I'm doing it for Christmas, because it's just like I want to play the music I want to play. But because that means that it was if they had it where they have it specifically set that it's like if it detects that song, then they'll have it like auto restrict, which YouTube does. It just does that. And I didn't feel like doing that again this year. Because it feels stupid. Honestly. It's a song. And at the end of the day, I do find myself questioning, what does it really matter? If the only one for that song that would actually get paid would be the people who are the copyright owner. But I'm just saying, I just don't feel like dealing with that. So I'll probably just do it that way. If you want me to try and post it anyway, I can. I just, realistically speaking, am very aware of that's just how that goes. And I have no guarantees that it'll work, or if I would get a strike this time or something. I don't... Yeah. Anyway, like I said, it's mostly just meant to kind of be something, be background on Christmas. While you guys are getting your last minute stuff done, because... Or if you just want to pop in and chill. Anyway. I'm just being honest about it. But this is where I wanted to deal with this earlier, because I want to know how you guys feel about that kind of stuff. I do feel like it's not... Like, I don't think I'm doing anything revolutionary. Or anything like that, but like, if you had specific opinions, I did want to know. Yeah, see? Alright, 6, 10, 11. That one actually hurt. Or if you guys wanted me to play a different game, or if you wanted me to do something different. I can't make, without knowing what is desired. Like, if you'd rather I just try and go search for, like, some other game or whatever that my sister hasn't played yet. Like some pretty cheap little game. I would need to try and go and look. But I just did a lot. I don't want to, like, interrupt her progress. Alright, yeah. I think that'll do like that to kind of give an idea of just then having some... It's holding it back, all that kind of thing. I almost thought about doing something here and here, maybe like one here and one here. Just so that it feels a bit more structurally sound. Anyway. Yeah, I just need to know what you guys want. That's really all. Alright, I'm gonna grab dirt. And fill in some more areas so I can build another house. Potentially the last house of the... well, before Christmas. I mean, I did this one, but I don't think this is like something to go wow to. It's just a, yeah, that fits there, and maybe doing one on that side as well. First, I want to finish filling this side in. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that. There. We're kind of having that like that. Yeah, I know there's at least one dude in there. I think there's only one dude, right? We saw there was only one dude, right? Didn't make double, triple, quadruple, sure, but I don't want to actually... Yeah, we could do it like this. One dude in there. He's standing around, it looks like. And then if we were to look from this side... yeah, there's only one dude. He's just... contemplating the furnace. Odd. Alright, and then we'll start building up the other side. I don't know, maybe he'll have a place he'll want to live. We'll be able to lock him into. Anyway. Other things I need to get done is I need to finish Christmas card. I'm 90% done. Just or 3 hours worth of work on it. Minimum. So I am behind. So I've just basically been behind this whole season. I know. I'm doing okay. It's just it's a lot. I had forgotten I hadn't finished it yet, and I just had already moved on to working on other stuff. Then I go to go check the day, and I'm like, oh crap. Have done this to myself again. Because I've been trying to work on the other stuff, because obviously I have... as I've said, I gotta get to work on getting the stuff for the channel anniversary done. But I mean, that I do have time for. That's not the end of the world. It just won't have like any sneak peek early stuff. But yeah, realization I did that to myself was not a happy one. Alright, so yeah, that area there is done. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna probably put some lights down below, and I'm gonna probably cover up this section down here as well. Because I just don't think I need it. I definitely don't need, like, it's not even a deep ravine or anything. There could be things that could be there, but... Space-wise, I mean, what are you really gonna put there? Maybe you could put something here. But even then, it's just kind of... Would probably be better just to fill in. Because then you can have more places for people to be, live, etc. Because that's really the point of this, now, isn't it? That, the ability to live somewhere is kind of just, lost to some extent. Let's remove that, because I do kind of like the idea of having that be like that. We put this here. Let me fill this in. Like so. I probably also would want to fill in that little hole there. I'm not even. There, so it kind of just fills in more and more like that. Probably till it gets to this layer, I'm thinking. I think I want this layer to be flat. And then you can have a building here. In general. This is actually, I want it to be here, I think, right? Then we could pull this away. There, so that'll be like that. And so that'll fit there, and it'll kind of come all the way across potentially. Sure. Alrighty. Bean. That crap. 1 second. Not as sore. Here, I'll fix. The OBS decided to act funky, so even though I didn't do anything. There, finish the spin. It's alright, I had gone and clicked on something in OBS and then I had to go fix that. Not really. As I said, I didn't think it was. I had hoped it wasn't, and it didn't seem like it was much of anything. It just probably hit my toe wrong or something. To be fair, it was the pinky toe. So I think. I mean, I can understand it not. Oh wait, do I prefer this or do I prefer that? Because I kind of like the idea of it being here. Well, I suppose I still do this here. Anyway, overall it seemed fine. It's how it goes, right? Alright, and then that'll flatten into that, I think. And that'll give this a nice big space for something. You know, as much as I do like the Caves and Cliffs update, I also kind of really hate it. You know what I mean? I mean... Well, I mean, you're watching me literally having to move stuff around so I'm able to just... I also need to light this up because apparently somewhere around here are bad things, potentially. I suppose to explain it better is, well, patching. Really, before 1.18, needing to patch something wasn't that big a deal. Now I need to go through several layers to just kind of even think about it. And it's frankly not very fun. I mean, look at this. This village is... They couldn't even have it be set, but the village would at least make sense as it goes through. It's one of those... Even before they flipped to the current drop system, I guess you could say, it just is... you know. Effectively a half-done feature. Hello, CB Jr. How you doing? Alrighty. Like... having this extreme landscape, but none of the structures before or now, they didn't, like, try to adjust the code so that they would... when they form in, it would at least have some way to kind of make sense. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing okay. But I am glad to hear you're doing good. Yeah. But, yeah, I just kind of am left with just yet another one of those things where it's like, if you're actually, it's like... And I feel like there's two ways to handle it. Either the more difficult way, I'm acknowledging it's more difficult here, but of going in and, like, having the code be all... so that it would have, like, a smooth transition as it goes through and all that. Or just have it basically be a flat plane kind of thing. So that it's still all together at least, even if it's a little annoying and it looks kind of ugly and you gotta fix it yourself. I feel like those are the two kind of obvious options to have gone for there. And they went with neither of them. They went with the... you have buildings just kind of randomly scattered about, no cohesion to it. Like... and I guess especially it bugs me the more because it's just like the whole... they're trying to make the game more realistic. In what realistic way would it be that there would be a house here? Well, I know I've changed the building, but there's a house over here, basically, right? And there's no connection between the two at all. Or any sloped anything. It's just like... yeah, because I didn't really change this much. And both of those houses are there. Like, that one, it kind of like there, yeah, but see, the road literally just... even before, we just ran into this cliff here and it just stopped. Rather than giving it a bit of a slope up to be like, yep, that's to that. And you had this as well. This was a butcher, but no real way in, because the landscape formed around it in such a bad way. I don't know. I guess I just kind of look at it and I go, I feel like... I feel like there were better ways to handle it. Other than just kind of making it... there. Without necessarily feeling the need to, change it. But I mean, like, if you disagree, feel free to tell me, I guess. You disagree? Alright, you feel they did it absolutely as they should have, and this has no problems whatsoever? None? I'm not saying perfect. I'm saying I don't think that the road should do that. Like this. There's a difference between going, I want it perfect, and going like, a villager can't even walk up or down that. That doesn't make any sense. And notice, as I said, even though it wouldn't be the ideal option, having it just be across a flat plain wherever it is would at least kind of make sense, because then you can have it just be, oh, the village, when it spawned in, basically the villagers would have made the ground kind of be even so that as they're building their houses and stuff, right? That it would all fit together and everything. I actually think that would be a fine option, even though I don't think it would be the ideal option. But I don't know where it'd be more ideal than that, so I honestly would argue that between the two options, that would be where I think I would lean into it. And the fact that they kind of didn't. And they haven't really fixed it in any of the updates since. Like, I kind of understand the trial chamber, but overall I'm kind of left with, I don't think that the world should be determining at least not in that way. I don't think it should be determining the structure. I do feel the structure should be determining more about the world in a more set way. So that's kind of where I go with it. Not that it's like... And plus... there's too many caves. And no way to track them all down. Like... Really. Expecting... I do kind of go here. I would go here, and I will go here. Expecting the player to realize that there is a tiny 2x2 hole that has like a zillion mobs spawning in it below them. Because I don't even know why. It's kind of ridiculous. And I say that because I've had that happen. Where it turns out the little hole is like 2x2, 3x3. That's what the dark space that I am having all these mobs spawn from. I'm keeping other spawn rates down. It just is like, I thought they don't want you to use things like X-ray vision and, or not X-ray. I guess in this case it would be, actually, yeah, X-ray, or spectator. And they don't want you to use F3 and all these other things. But how do you get it done then? And it's just kind of frustrating. I think that's the other thing I kind of go with. You know what they need to make? So I do want them, you know, I've just thought of it. I know what I want them to do. Right? So I want them to introduce the glare. And then it does its thing. But I want it to drop a material that you can combine with a compass that will point to the nearest area with a light level of 0. I know, technically this works, but this is like, you don't need it, you have F3, blah, 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 but if it's the nearest area, then if there's a cave near you, right? it can point towards the cave. You still gotta clear the cave out and everything yourself, so it's not like it's, like making the player, so much more powerful or anything, but it would kind of solve trying to have a, ability to do that. What do you think? Too much? Too crazy? Not, and then have the glare spawn in the end. You need to really balance it. Yeah, I think that's my for real there. Actually, I don't really want to keep going down because I think I already said I want it to be here, right? Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. What do you think of that, Chris? It at least helped solve some of the issues that I'd argue 1.18 generation started causing. And sure, there's people who will use it to get diamonds super quick, da-da-da-da-da, but that just means you'll get to a cave. That doesn't mean that the cave has what you want or looking for or whatever. And, I mean, as of right now, you can just use the Fountains of Lava or whatever to do it, so it's not like it would be changing that much. And again, I do go with, if it's something... today, no. Got no plans today, because today is the... Any plans that would happen would be later in the evening anyway. Tomorrow, yeah, I probably will finish early. That's the other reason I don't really feel like I need to... Or if you guys don't mind, I guess. I wouldn't want to kind of finish. Bother posting. Anyway. But beyond that, I think I kind of just go with, I just... Having to try to light up caves at this point has just... That's the other thing that to me has just kind of made me go, I liked it, I don't like it anymore. I, in fact, kind of very much dislike it. Because it's not... not fun. Really. And I'd like it to be more fun. I would. But having to go, oh, there's another cave here. It's just frustrating. And I mean specifically, once you're basically at the point where it's like there's no real need to do that. You've got all your gear and everything. I think that's kind of where I end up going. Once you've been to the end and the end cities and everything, I don't think it's as big an issue to have items that maybe would be kind of cheaty early game. But, and yes, there's people that just rush the end. They do that now. So really, where's the difference? You know? Oh, I definitely hear a skeleton back here. I need to figure out my way out. That's a full cave. Alright, now I need to figure out my way out. You what? Digging dirt, digging dirt. I need out. Perfect! Woo! Anyway, I don't know. That's just kind of how I end up feeling. And as I said, I don't think it... I just kind of feel like... For me, just personally, I end up so... Yeah, I know you're there, buddy. Kind of... Yeah, it is my personal thoughts. It's just... The more... I play on a world in general, the more I'm left with. To be able to truly play long term without having something like spectator or something enabled, the more I definitely look at it and I go, it's just frustrating. And again, this is for me on a personal single player world. But I do think I think it's a valid point to think of, even if it's just, you know, my own. And that it's kind of like, but why? Make the grind for the individual who actually finishes the game as bad or worse. Right? You're willing to put in the hours. Unless you're willing to do the grindy farms, or rather the an AFK for hours. Why you're basically still in the same point as if you hadn't. I suppose that's kind of where I look at it. Because, honestly, with the game loop basically being the same, nothing new being added anywhere, especially in the end, and nothing since 1.16 with another update in the Nether, other than to get happy gas. But the happy gas, once you're in the Nether, that's you can get that. I mean, that's, and again, that's fine. But that does mean that now it kind of trivializes going to the end, because you can take your happy gas to the end, never fight the Ender Dragon, and get your Elytra. Seems a little counterintuitive to have it be set up in such a way that you can do that. At the same time, I don't think that's the end of the world. I think it's fine. I don't want them to change that, because that would be kind of stupid. Like, if you bother to take the time to do that, you should be rewarded for it. But at the same time, I do feel like if I bother to take the time to go to the end, what is the reason to stay longer than once you get your Elytra? Well, you know. Santa Claus is gonna be rushing back in the... if you want to go there. Those gifts last minute. Potentially as well, so... And beyond that, I'm still gonna finish before, like, 2. Not planning to stream long. Huh? Alright, I need to get more dirt, and I need to get more, probably chicken. There's just some of these items in here, but I'm gonna sleep first. I see. I guess fair enough to you. Yeah, I'm gonna put the lamps up here as well. Yeah, we're gonna fill up our inventory with... What? But anyway, as far as streaming goes, I mean, even if I didn't stream, I'd still be sitting awake because I'm so used to streaming, so... First, I think it's better to just kinda... Might as well. No, it's because I stream at night, right? Or during the hours I do, it just means that my body is more used to that schedule. Realistically, it's easier for me to stream for a little bit and then go sleep. After having streamed, even if it was just for like 15 minutes to an hour, rather than just trying to go sleep afterward. Because more often than not, I'll just find that I'm still awake. Or if I'm tired enough to fall asleep, it's more like I just end up collapsing and just sleeping wherever I land. Never taken that. Actually, if I want to get more chicken, I'll leave one more of these. And then chicken. How do I hear a zombie? I don't think I have my thing on. Did I actually turn... Did I turn it on by accident? No. Great to know there's a zombie somewhere that I just don't know where it is. Great. Oh yes, Kenny, do you want to see my horrible attempt at making a vehicle? Honestly. Like, it looks okay from this side. It looks fine. I'm right here. It just kinda... It's sad. Like, I look for the front. I think it's fine, but it's like, I think it's the side. It's just definitely stumpy. Sadness. Anyway. It's supposed to be Santa's sleigh. Shush. I told you, it's not good. I tried. It was an attempt. You know, you have to sit here and have... But I know I don't do vehicles very often, and so that's why. I'm not good at vehicles. I can draw, I can do a building relatively okay. I can do a little statue. Like, I could do the little squat Santa there, you could see. That was not so bad. Look, he looks kind of cute, even. Vehicles! Yeah. That's what it is. I'm not gonna be... It probably would have been better if I just went and looked up a guide, but I didn't want to because I wanted to do it myself. But I also know that I'm not very good at making vehicles. As is proven by the car over there. I mean... Like... I did, yeah. And that you can probably not even tell it's a car. I wish I was better. Alright, I'm gonna head back. Yeah, I also made a gas stable. It's not 100% done, but it's mostly done. I think it's pretty. Cool. But I'm leaving the area, so I'm not gonna bother showing you. Oh, then the shot from the distance. Because it is cool. That is the shot. I'm leaving. Mostly because I gotta come over here for the nether portal anyway. I need to make it back before it's midnight. Yeah, but at some point I will probably finish that. And then, like I said, I probably would want one over here as well. Which while I probably would make somewhat Christmassy, I might build at a different point just because it's like, I feel like a gas stable is more in line with, something I can just build whenever, because it's for gas. And I do kind of feel like at this point, any place that is existing would need one, because it makes some sense to have if they're able to travel, and at some point in theory, I should make a city for the gas people. Gas. But I don't know, that probably will never happen, but yeah. Anyway. I guess the question will end up being, will I even be playing Minecraft by... Well, in theory I should be, right? It's not like they can mess it up that bad. Although, I suppose the question would also be just vanilla Minecraft. Well, I'd say they can't mess it up that bad, and then I think about it and I go, no, they could. No, they could. Absolutely mess up the game that bad. Why wouldn't they? I don't know, maybe I'm just jaded, but it's just... I mean, it just goes right back to that, as I was saying, the updates are just kind of not put together well. Which, I mean, in normal circumstances, maybe would be fine, but I do think for a game like this, I do kind of go with, I don't think the drop system really seems to work. They've tried it. And it works like, kind of. But as an update, it's just kind of led to lackluster updates. Some are relatively decent, like, the copper update's not bad, but some are just... I think could have just waited for the next drop and then it been combined. Ironically. I think that's where I go at this point. Because otherwise, then you get a drop with, as far as on Java was concerned, had one mob and some recipe changes. Or as the average player is concerned. That they're supposed to get excited about. I don't know. I really... I guess I just... I guess to me, I kind of feel like, at least in part, I'd like to see them do some updates for the end game once you beat the end, specifically, but because I feel like that should be where they're kind of focused on, rather than going, oh, now you could do this mid-game competent, especially since so much of it is just kind of making starting out become more and more grindy, which feels weird, I guess. But like I said, I'd like to see something, hopefully, with them. If they're continue with their drop system anyway, and continuing to add the bloatware. I do kind of at this point feel like I'd like to see food get some updates. Honestly. Might as well, I mean... having some extra options, some more interesting things to be able to do would probably feel good. I mean, if you're gonna stick to the mid game, the late game, and especially if they want to add this, continue to add the mechanic of having it be, instead of using durability, you have the potential that you end up using a ridiculous amount of food. I don't know. I guess that's kind of where yeah. Good update. I kind of would like the idea of something that would allow me to find caves a little bit easier. Because there's no way in any way that they're gonna give you a way to block mobs from just a specific space around. They're not gonna go for that. No, that would be overpowered and borderline cheating in their minds. So yeah, I don't know. I just would like to see something like that. And then beyond that, I'd like to see just me saying my own thoughts. Be clear, I don't want to... just food. I like food. I like the idea of having extra types of food and stuff. Maybe something that gives a decent amount of saturation, or a ridiculous amount of saturation. The ability to see saturation would be another one that would just be kind of nice to have. In general. feel like I'm just obviously not very entertaining. I don't know. I guess there. I mean, squares aren't a problem. I mean, it's Minecraft. It is a voxel-based game that is squares and cubes for the most part anyway, so I don't think that would be that big a deal. I just kind of I do feel like they could use some yeah, the ability to make different kinds of pies is definitely one I would kind of lean into. I mean, you have apples, you have sweet berries. Only having pumpkin pie feels odd at this point. I don't think it would feel as odd if it wasn't for the fact they continue to add fruit. Or have added, like, glowberries too. Glowberry pie, or just berry pie in general that can use either type of berry. Or berry cobbler. But, I don't know, I guess it just kind of feels like... Yeah. Cake types. The ability to have chocolate be used in more than just making cookies, or different kinds of cookies. I don't know, I guess that's probably why I like the Farmer's Delight mod so much. I don't care about how much like actual saturation it gives or anything. It really is more in line with just... I like the concept of... how do I put this? I like the concept of just having other things that are effectively considered food, or should be considered food potentially. Having some basis in being food. Eggs being edible. I mean, I like food mods in general, to be also clear. But the concept that an egg could be used as food feels like it should be something that would be... It's not even like a, well, they put it, a lot of people put in mods or whatever. I feel like it's just like a, well, yeah, because it's an obvious kind of way to do. After all, lots of people eat fried eggs and boiled eggs. So, like, why wouldn't you think of that being logical? Please check. I did finish this, right? Yep. Anyway. I guess I'm gonna guess. Let me guess, Chris. You also disagree with my take there, right? That if they're gonna add bloatware, they should add food. Just more food. But no, I mean, like, I like the idea of being able to have a chocolate cake, potentially. Or... Like, I like the crepe. It's like the honey cake idea. I don't know actually if that was crepe or not. I think it is, though. A meat pie, maybe. Doesn't have to all be sweets. Although I do... I'm gonna say something horrible. I wonder if the reason why overall they won't add any new types of food is because they don't want to add, like, reasons to kill... more reasons to kill animals or whatever, right? Like the other stupidity that I've done quite a bit. And I would say I'm joking, but I mean, have you seen what they yeah. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. I'd like to be wrong. But now I think about it, I think that's why we're never gonna get any other types of food. Because they don't want to encourage you to, I don't know, do I don't know, something negative in their mind. Or illusion. And the thing is, I don't think it's like Microsoft either, because, again, I think as long as Minecraft's making money, they just don't care. And really, why would you? Not that that's a good thing. It's not, but that's kind of where I go with it. Oh, there's a Zombert. Okay. And he's burned me. Where did you come from? I mean, I know he came from here. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Down here. Nothing. Alright, let's take this one and come down here and just put it down here. Because there's nothing down here. Might as well make it so that nothing will spawn down here. Hopefully. At least not too much. Probably should make some more torches, right, guys? Anyway, I don't know. I guess I just kind of... Wow. What was you saying? Yep. I don't know. I don't know. Do I cook? But does that look really... It doesn't look great. As I said... Yep, maybe a use for, rot flesh. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that would be a nice... Yeah, I know it's gonna be like that. Of course, I could just build it into the... It's like this. That. To have this here. Like so. Um... Kind of just have that be like that, I guess. And then have it just be a basic house. Maybe give it a top wooden top there. Might make a little bit more stone there and just kind of have that be like that. That's like, it's a thing. So you can just walk right in. Off the road. Like I said, I kind of want the design to feel a little bit more like as you're going along. The areas where they had a few things, they've crammed more buildings in. When they can, but the thing is, there's only so much room that you have, so space like this slowly kind of just crumbles around itself. I don't know, maybe it's too much. There we go. So I will potentially go down a little bit there and then go back up from there, but so like here. I like the idea of kind of giving this a bit of like a water, potentially, like a frozen river, or what's left of a frozen river, potentially. I mean, it could still be frozen, but it's just ice. I mean, as I said, it's meant to be apocalyptic to some extent. That's good. Huh? I mean, the concept of potentially having ice there. Or are you just saying random stuff now? Yeah. Okay, nice to know. That. Yes. Alright, we're just gonna see how well this... I mean... if I have it in a drink, I guess, yeah. I tend to end up chewing on the ice at the end. I don't usually go for ice, so not often. That's pretty good like that, I think. Alright. So, does that answer your question? Um... back here. There. And then... I guess technically I should probably go back even further. If we went here to that... Woo! Uh... Oh, I see what I've done to myself. Alright, yeah. I kind of like the idea of just having this be strange. Like you. I'm sorry to hear that, I guess. I want the floor to kind of just feel like that. Actually, I want on this side over here, I want a little bit of this to kind of not be that. I want just like a little bit though. Because I'm gonna put a little wall in here. That is fine. Fair enough. I mean... Alright, so... what I want to do is I want to give a little bit of wood back here. I want to set up a little wall here, I think. To kind of just have it be as it would be. A little thing here as well. Wooden ceiling. I think. Let's grab some pink real quick. Also, you know what? There, for now we're just putting the dirt away. So that as I need it, I can take it out. And what I want to do here is... Actually, I do want to make these, even though I don't need this many for this. I'll need it for other things as well. Alright, so I have some of that. Do I have any walls? I actually do have 2. I'm gonna just turn these into these. As I said, I don't want it to be like a full thing, but I do want it to be... And then for the ceiling, I actually want it to be pink. Shocker against spelled shocker. I'll have to come back for the flat, but... you know what? Kind of seems... I think you could have something like that. Let's see. And then you could have this here. And then that fills in. Fair enough. I get that. Realizing I'm thinking I want this at all. I need to adjust. I mean, I know something I need to do, so there's that, but... Oh. I do like cherry. And I do think it makes sense to use. Alright, so I'm gonna readjust that in a second. Need to sleep first. Because I want it to go and follow... I have a path that I wanted it to follow. I'm gonna use this. I am. Alright, so the problem though is... that I forgot entirely that this. So what I'm gonna do here is, other than put this here, I want this layer to be like this. I'll finish the layer off. I want it to look like that, I think. And then this goes here. And then here. Actually, no, I wouldn't do that. I would do the, again, B. I need to see how that looks. Yeah, although maybe not this. I thought that way, but I don't like it. Perhaps instead what we want to do here... Ow. Like that. Yeah, I think that'll work. Especially if you're just like coming along the edge here and everything. Just enough to have like a little thing here. I need more. I think it'll work out. It'll just be a kind of cute little concept here. Alright, I'm absolutely gonna need more of both. Starting with these though. We'll see how close we get. Since so much of it is these flatter ones. Like, I did think of going down. You know what? These don't go here though, because this will be the chimney. Nope. Just Christmassy music-esque style. Alright. Anyway, probably the style of this building here is kind of just meant to be more, if you will. As you see here. Design there. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna bring these out. So, and then putting this here, I'm just gonna kind of put a little kind of privacy screen kind of thing here. Like so. Yeah, like that. So, I might make one more just so that it'll fit. And then that way you have like the little heater here. Put those in there. I will put those in there. Then you can have the bed be here. This part of the house is just kind of remaining as it is. Does it? All right. Let me pick this one up a second. Ready? There we go. Yeah. And then we just kind of would fill these in. And then the idea is that the roof could be replaced at any time. Pretty much. Overall, you know, you have your home. It looks nice enough. Kind of sad feeling, because you know it is. I want it to be very different from the stuff that's up here, like this kind of thing. We have this, right? Creative solutions to kind of yourselves. I suppose one could say that the apocalypse potentially also changed the entire environment, depending on how you would want to look at it. After all, it would be entirely plausible the way things are, that I've done so far. That the biomes that are not cold that you see around this area, like that are looks like literally just the oak forest, if you go beyond that just far enough, are in fact that would be how it would normally be, kind of thing, if it wasn't you know? So all this ice you see everywhere and everything. And the potential just dead trees and all that I gotta build, create and work on and all that. So, well, there would be some spruce. It'd be more like that spruce over there. Rather, well, it would be spruce. It would actually potentially make more sense to assume that those are not infected, even if you can see them from afar. And you would naturally assume that they would be, especially after, like, $20, $30, $40 years. Potentially, depending. A couple hundred, and you would have no understanding of the concept of a spruce tree that is just a spruce tree. That could also explain the way to have it be, why it feels to huh? You don't what? I'm just saying that as it would go along, those that would understand the potential possibility that you're not supposed to be an ice biome, but it's not supposed to be spruce. Yeah. So in your case, you would most likely not understand the concept of that over there. You see it, but not understand it. Not really. As a tree that you could actually utilize without it becoming some sort of twisted, horrifying monster. Because why would you assume that that would be the case? After all. It actually works in a very sad kind of way. I was gonna make. And eventually would even explain some, or at least not all the time, you know? Like the way that it's done here would potentially be, slash, how they kind of get adjusted and all that. After all, a house doesn't necessarily need to have a heater, right? If it's not always cold. Might have just been like, yeah, it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. I mean, like a place like this, it actually makes sense because it would actually just kind of get cold, but you're just letting the heat kind of just permeate through the whole house in general. Or a good example of a house that, yeah, it makes sense that they would have had it potentially all year long, depending. Be here. But it explains, like, it's like, this is more like for smithing and stuff. This isn't like, for aiming specifically for heating. Like in here, you've got that like that, but overall, it's just little things. It's not like it's not like it's gonna get super cold, right? But the houses are not specifically designed around that concept of for warmth. So like even in this one, from what I've done so far, I probably will add some sort of like heater kind of thing in it. But overall, you wouldn't necessarily feel like you need one until you realize you kind of do. Whereas a house that maybe is built afterward, or like over here, right? They got the stone as well. Actually, this one's still gonna be more in line, I guess, with the not having the heat, but perhaps heated floors or something. But for the living quarters, you've got that upstairs here. Yeah, you got a window here, but you got lots of candle lights and all that. You got places for be like the warmest spot is where you're actually gonna like be potentially. I don't actually know what they're gonna have down here. I just know it's like a farmhouse. I suppose it could be a farmhouse / barn would work, and then this part is the actual house. That makes sense. I think that's probably what we'll go with, and then we'll have like a heater on the other side. But if you look here, it's like it's built for many people, so maybe they wouldn't have a heater. But I do intend to have something like over here later. I just haven't done it yet, and potentially over here as well. So that would be for whole body heating. And then, as I've said here, this is going to be a lava farm. / obviously tree farm, but the lava farm would specifically be for power and running things, keeping things heated, all that. You continuously would add new sources. Basically like a day of heat kind of thing. Whatever. 2 days or whatever. Can even potentially explain the retrofitting on the hut for Mr. Fisherman, right? We're gonna go there. That is a hut. Yeah, it gets cold, but like, and he probably wanted a heater anyway. It wasn't necessarily the first thought kind of thing. Honestly, I mean, it's starting to fill out in a nice way. I probably want to put this across here. I don't know, I'll decide. Oh. Oh gosh. We're running. I think that might be... Nope, okay, it's just a normal one. Just normal snow. Alright, well, while we're here, I need to make another fire. Anyway, point being, concept-wise... Yeah, I think there's a certain level of like just retrofitting to it and all that. That not too much, because obviously you've got a certain level of just it could already be kind of warm, cold. Yes. Did it hit midnight for you now, Tomas? Oh, I knew it. Alright. Alright, I think what I want to do here... Not right now, but I think the next time it gets dark when it's not snowing, I would like to actually potentially adjust the shaders and everything and kind of have that area be kind of checked out. And that be the screenshot. I think it's gonna be a kind of nice. Oh, sorry, pretty dogs. I mean, I think that's actually gonna be a pretty good shot because that'll then be the. I also probably need to give a cover to the. Actually, I don't need to. Actually, I don't know how it's gonna look. We're gonna see. Although knowing that smoke does need to go through, it's gonna be kind of making this complicated. But maybe I'll just get some hay and put that underneath, and that'll help. Because I mean, it is going, right? Yeah. Or I'll just make 2 more. I might. Maybe I should. Not like you can look up anyway. Yeah, I think I should. That way it just kind of... have that. The snow's not going to drift down while it's... And also have the smoke. Alright. Alright. Oh wait, I see what I've got to do. I think. Here, let me do this a second. So I can pick them up downstairs. I bet what I need to do is I need to do this. No? Maybe I do need these. Still, because I mean, that's what this is like here, but I don't know. Okay, yeah. We put that there. And then maybe I get some, yeah. Anyway, that'll let that house kind of feel kind of nice. Potentially. So we're gonna here. First do that. I need like 2 more. I'll have to go get 2 more. Alright. And then what I want to do here, over here, for this. And I'll just put this here. Obviously, you're walking that way, right? I did consider giving it a little bit less, but I think that's fine like that. And we could just kind of have this, like, essentially. And have a light there. And then I just need to get some fences. If I don't have any, I need to make some fences. I mean, I have some, but not in the way I was thinking. Oh yeah, we got the chests like that, don't we? Oh right, I forgot it is too. Why am I not showing there? So it's showing it here as a Christmas chest. That's kind of weird. But not... Do you want me to reload to see if I can't get Christmas chests? So obviously it knows it should be one. Doesn't really care either way. Seems a little cheap. I'm gonna put this here. I could show you, it might add some snow underneath this. You kind of have it just kind of be just delicate enough. Of my heart. Yeah, let's just see. We'll just. Cause like, yeah. There's a normal chest there, yeah. So. Yeah, I'm gonna just quickly see if I can't get some Merry Christmas there. Nope. Don't really feel like exiting out completely, so you know what? We're just gonna say we just don't get the fancy chests because they're skimping. Because my computer, like I've said, it acts funky, so it doesn't necessarily know the time. That's a little annoying. But I don't have to completely exit out just to have to go back in, just for that. As I've said before, our computer can be a little funky. So it's just decided here that, yep, no, it's definitely... But it looks like from what I would have to do... Yep, I'm gonna do it because I feel like it'd be interesting to see if it works. So what I'm gonna say is... Give me one tiny second. So... Yeah. Alright. See if this will work. In theory. If it doesn't, oh well, but... Alright, so... Let's just see. I don't expect it to work, because I think what I have to do is have to completely exit out everything, blah blah blah. And... Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it did work! Nice. Perfect. Because I double checked. There we go! Just had to reload. I just wasn't paying enough attention to realize I needed to reload at some point. Just for the fun of it. I don't care enough. I don't know, I like the texture. I kind of wish you could have it like, I guess longer. Or just as in a general separate thing. I think it'd be cool. They don't really look that much like presents. Or something similar. But I guess that goes into the whole, I wish we had like different unique chests. Makes us feel a little differently. Do you know what is fine? Dude. Alright, so... I suppose what we want to do... As I've said, I think I want to have... I think I'm going to probably do some... Actually, you know what? I'll do the white fences here. It'll look good. enough. I need one more. Or do we do the red up top? Yeah, I like that. Kinda. I kinda want this to be red too. I almost like the idea of having some more red in here. It looks like it fits better. But having the white over here isn't the end of the world, it just means that the white are there. And like I said, they need to put a bed here. Potentially something else. Probably have the beds there and all that. You can have 2 beds, you can have 1 bed here, and 1 bed here as bunk beds. All kinds of ways of doing it. Or like that. At the end of the day, it's just kind of left with... It feels like a house. It feels like it's kind of got something to it. I'd potentially need to furnish it, but what are you gonna do? Really? Now see, if I could have the normal light be in the copper one, I would go make a copper lantern like that, because I would love that kind of look, I think. Which one is... I think I dumped them in here. But can't do that because it has to be the copper torch inside of it, which feels odd. I guess again, it's a. No, you know what? No, it's not. I was gonna be like, maybe it's because I've played enough modded now that it's like the concept of variance that you can't. I know. I mean. Yeah, I think that'll just go there. And then you can't get over to that side. Perfect. And well, there is a teeny tiny window in here. Have that in there. Maybe we fill... Isn't it starting to feel a little cozy? As a concept. That's a door. Cops? What? Anyway, I don't know. The door maps. Here's where I say it's gonna be a recycled door. Is the idea, you know? That they just used an older door rather than getting a new one. But it's pretty obvious when you look at it that that's the case. I suppose other things I would add to the game. If I could make a mod pack for this world, and I knew how to do, or a mod, rather, at the very least. If I knew how to do that, what I would want to do is I'd want to make something that allows me to combine the textures, kind of like the one that we did with the Christmas one. So that the So I could have it be a red and white door. And door. Do I have any oak? Do not think I do. I kind of want to go get some oak saplings so that I can have the oak floor be done. Or just oak in general, I guess. I could go snag a tree. Pick a spot that's a little bit more inconspicuous, not obvious. Oh, unless I have something here. Nope. Probably just a little bit further in. Hello, bunny. This one. And this becomes a clearing then. Alright, and then that's unbreaking. That's fortune. Alright. Easy. Honestly, that's actually starting to look really good from like back here as a town. It very much feels like it's being climbed up the hill. As you enter town. Yeah, that's actually looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with where it's kind of going. Alright, so I'm just gonna start by this. I know that I want to go fix up getting more trees and all that, but I'm gonna see how far I can get with just doing this. It shouldn't be a whole lot I can get done, because it should be like here. Actually, let me see. I need 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. I could turn this into 6, so that's 12. That might be enough. The one random tiny tree might have been just enough. I mean, it's showing off how luxurious they are. They're spending money on, like, they spend money on foreign floors. Except not really, because the entire idea is that this is a house that was already here. So the concept of them having something like that isn't crazy. You get 2 ladders, and you have the ladders to go up to there, and that gives you like the place for the loft and bed. Now the question would be, what would we want to do for the... I mean, the obvious answer would be to do either something like glass. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I actually think that would be a good idea. Like I said, this is meant to be a house that's basically survived. Not all houses did. In fact, most did not. So having that be a point of pride for the family there. Kind of works well. Do need more spruce stairs on that side. Not much, but a little. And a door. But just doing a normal door will do. Right, first, I need... a door. Although I suppose technically using the blue at some point could work as well, having like... We have bubblegum pink, now we have Jolly Rancher blue, or blue raspberry blue or something. Actually, maybe this should be... Nah. If it actually goes down. Although maybe it should be. I don't know. We'll see. But I guess more than anything else, is it starting to feel like you could actually believe people would maybe live here? I guess. It will survive perhaps, but live here less. I just realized I needed 2 more of these. Alright, I don't have to decide what goes down there. Of course we'll have the area down there as well. Not right now, but better. I can't really do that now, can I? I think I want to make this another little... I want to make a few little areas that have like little frozen water areas. This could be another one for a lake. Not for fishing really, but just exists. Well, I guess the other one is also... It could be for fishing, but like... I mean, you had to put a lot of work into keep this one running, so you can still have that though there. I think I'm gonna put the house here, that will be here, and the house will be there, that'll be there. But I think I want to make it have a little bit more room kind of around it. I wish I could do a bedroll, to be honest, or like a little kind of, sort of, I guess, tent. I guess I could do a tent if I had some wool, which I could go back and get. I could do that, maybe like right, I don't know where. Maybe like right outside. Having a little like tent area where they're just kind of proving there's tough. Or something, I don't know. So honestly, if I did build something like that, I think what I want to do is I would set up something like that outside here. Probably on this little bit here, because I think that would just be a good place to have something like that. It's separated enough, but it's like, because obviously it's on the outside part of the world. But maybe it's like, it's close enough and enclosed enough that it's basically just an area that an outsider could use. What I probably would want to do is have it be a tent for the wandering trader. And so have like a little area for like llamas and stuff as well. But obviously, if you want to get to it, you're kind of... Or perhaps... I mean, actually, you're still pretty safe from most of the monsters on this side, I guess, because you got the... So long as you're careful about the monsters that would rise here. And stuff, you could have like a little area. Although perhaps, even though, I mean... The problem is with the Wandering Trader within this world, right? Is traveling places with the llamas wouldn't really make sense. Not like the way that he does, right? Somebody's gonna get him. You know what? I'm gonna go upstairs and get that picture that I want. Alright. I kinda want... What I want to do is I'm going to take this a second. And then this. There. To go ahead and take a look at the picture in a second, but I'm going to go sleep first. I like the idea of it feeling cozy. Anyway. I guess if you think about it, technically the Wandering Trader is kind of insane. And potentially not the brightest. Let me look at the picture. Yeah, I actually think it looks nice. I mean, you can't see it. Alright, Alright, we're good. I've got my thumbnail. We're good, we're good. I could work a little bit longer as well. Not a lot longer, but a little bit. Alright, see, the question becomes, what do we want to do? Well, because I just feel like I like the idea of using that, right? Well, that's basically what we've done today. And, I mean, it's not really fully finished up, but it's finished up enough. I am not furnishing at the moment. We might furnish at some point in the future, but for now, we're just building the buildings. To know, like, how we would want them to be. I probably would put, just the white wood only, or something. I haven't decided how I want to do it, so it's just as it is. Each space feels pretty personalized to some extent. To who would be living there. You know what I'm gonna probably do to finish up is I'm gonna work some over here. First, I'll get the trees cleared out real quick, so I'm done with those for now. Oh, I could have put in some trees as well, but I don't really have a place to put them. I'm gonna have to figure out places to put them eventually, but it doesn't have to be done today. But I want to get the rest of this building kind of done. Slash filled in and all that. I also want to cut down these trees so that I have the trees at this point. So I did plant them the purpose of Alright, and we can clear these out. Alright. Okay. Alright. Clear this one out. I think that's all of them. Other than, like, back here, I guess. Alright, yeah. So... There we go. Like so. Boom. Boom. All good. That should be everything that needs to... So that'll clear out. This will at some point grow. I'll do that one at that point. Alright. Yeah, no, Luna is still asleep. He's a sleepy boy. Hello, Knight. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Gonna go put this wood away, and then we get some work done on the other one. I've already finished my thumbnail for the evening. We're just doing a little extra work. Things I already knew I wanted to work on. Glad to hear you're doing okay. You know, see what we've built today? There. Not too much. I'm doing okay. See, we built 2 buildings. This one and this one. It's pretty empty, but that's fine. It's just the actual building that we're doing here right now. I'm gonna get an idea. So like this, like I said, this house here. I got that one. Just to kind of fill out this area over here for actually climbing up. Because as I said before, the concept that you're basically kind of trapped, I suppose. And effectively, the way it is it's just, well, remember, the whole point was that normal trees have become kind of some weird monsters, or they have basically mutated into 2 kinds of trees. I haven't done too much with tree type number 2. Yeah. Well, it did. I think that little area is going to be fine there. I'll have other areas that are more kind of built up and around. But the idea that it's like as it goes along, so like these 2 houses would potentially either added or adjusted is the idea. To kind of fit a few more people that were out and on the plains and all that. I'm going to probably add a few ruins at some point. But the idea that at first it's just like, well, eventually we'll be saved, right? So you start building with building little things, and then you add the little houses there, kind of thing, eventually. And then obviously we'll have some houses down there, but the realization that there's no help coming, and that you just kind of eventually have to just, yeah. That's kind of where we're working with. I mean, we do actually have fields that we're going to have quite a few, basically. Remember, whenever I get around to it, this is going to be basically greenhouse and fields. And now that I've thought about it some, I'm probably going to cut off this portion as the actual house and basically say this is a barn. And that the barn animals just kind of, they live with them. Potentially. For the heat. And I do need to add the things in here as well. But concept-wise, we actually have quite a few farms already. Yeah, it would be very not pleasant, but it makes sense in the sense that, I've also kind of decided one other thing with the lore of a place like this, which is that, I think actually fits well explanation-wise when you look at the area around it. that this wasn't a frozen biome to start with. Sure, it was a spruce biome. You can go there, but that it was definitely not cold and it definitely was not like snowing. Not like it is now. And so the initial house is built and like after. You want me to show why I'm saying it like that? I actually think there's some sense to it. Oh no, it's not the constantly snowing versus not kind of thing. I have a much simpler reason to give that as an explanation. I mean, yeah, it would have like a seasonal light snow potentially. In winter kind of thing, but nothing crazy. There is spruce, so obviously it is cold, but it's... you can adjust it to some extent. Up to times where spruce grows, it can be kind of... Although I guess technically in Florida, the spruce does grow relatively well, so... Yeah, you don't even need to have snow. Anyway, so... a few reasons. For one, you can see over there, there's no snow on that part of the spruce forest there. But more importantly... Hello, kitty. For example, we're going to go over this way because it's easier to see here. The stark difference. You can see. Just immediately goes to like a warm biome. See? Plains like this. Kitty has his butt in my face, so yes, he woke up. Relatively warm, literally. Hair, green grass, da-da-da-da-da. And then it just like immediately turns into snow. It's not even like gradual because of the way it is. Not a like logical, well there's at least a cold biome in between. Of a different kind. Or oceans or anything like that. It just goes... So I think the idea would be that this area should be warm, or warmer at least. But that now it is frozen, snowy, all that jazz. Honey, I will come snuggle and cuddle you in a minute. Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole point is that basically an apocalyptic level of magic or event, magic related, if you will. Not that most people would understand that in the world, but it happened. It hits the world, it does all kinds of nasty things, right, buddy? But the thing that would be really horrible is that at this point in the timeline, potentially, depending on where it would be, I mean, whether it be decades or centuries, like, those who have grown up since then would have no understanding that the world does not work like that, really. So, while those would be like evil spruce trees because they're in the snow biome, there you can see. There's spruce trees that are around this side that are in a... like, they're not in snow. They'd potentially just be normal spruce trees. But... they would not. But it would not be something that can be understood by some... like, there. See there? Yeah, the normal to them is that the idea that even though you can see these spruce trees right over here, they're not necessarily infected. Especially if it's something that basically just goes right up to the biome edge. In other words, these trees might be totally and completely fine, potentially actually are. But because they're so far away, or not far away, because they every each other tree that is known of that isn't one of the two types of trees, maybe three types depending on how I do end up starting to do this, because I am kind of getting tired of just having the three types, so kind of potentially around a different side having some different colors as well. Just probably using the Netherwoods though. But anything outside of that would be considered dangerous. So even though if you can see stuff like that, you don't want to go get it. You don't want to try, even think about trying and using it. Because of course, it must be bad. Anything in here that uses that is old. Any building that has any spruce left on it for whatever reason, like these, are because they were the original buildings. And same with this tree. It's the last spruce tree that is considered safe. And that's why it's a place of like just remembrance and just kind of still death. But that's the idea. Whereas, and those who are, yeah, exactly. And those who are younger may start feeling uncomfortable, may still feel kind of uncomfortable around it, because even if it's not, wasn't basically the graveyard of the town, it would still feel very uncomfortable to them, because it'd be like, but this is a spruce tree. That's not something you're supposed to go near. Be the idea. Simply cannot be understood. Yeah, exactly. It's a hope for things to get better. A place to remember those that are lost. It's like a lost but not forgotten kind of deal as well. I think I'm just gonna have it be here. Continues forward. Alright. Yeah. Possibly. But the thing is, you wouldn't want to trust any saplings that may come from that tree, because maybe they will turn out to be infected once you grow a new one. So it's left as is until, well, initially until, again, like I said, help arrives in some fashion, because the initial idea would be that, of course, people are, this can't be the end of the world. This can't be that things are gonna just escalate that bad and that crazy. The idea would quite literally just be, you wouldn't expect it can't be forever. This isn't new normal. Of course there's going to be ways around it. Or there's going to be, like... So it's, like... Effectively... Starting with just... Exactly. It's that once they're outside the everything is better. Once the people who are going to obviously come save them because saving is necessary. That's obviously going to happen. And so continue to prepare for it. Buddy, what are you doing? They're prepared for that. But that day never comes because obviously this is the new normal. That you just can't potentially expect. Buddy, why can't I be allowed to see? Honey, I can't see. Remember, they're not the only people hit by bad stuff. And even if someone was to come and be able to rescue them, or be able to realize, or do something about it... Honey! No! What are they really supposed to do? About those trees? And overall, trees in various places have issues. These are just kind of the worst kind of issues you can have. As far as, like, unexpectedness is concerned. I remember how I said decades to centuries later. Remember, this isn't set right after. This is set... This world is... long enough after that buildings and houses and an entire wall continues to be built whenever I'm done building the wall. Did it claim more land back? I suppose the way to look at it to me is more like... Yes. Yeah. No, the walls themselves didn't take that long. Reclaiming the land with it, then you, from there, now that the trees will have, these trees by the way, will have to be ousted, but that you have ousted the other trees and all that and cleared a whole area, then built the wall around that, and then from there, adding places, like buildings and stuff. Is a bit of a different thing. I'm not suggesting that in itself that's just not happening. I'm just saying. Actually, I think... I'm trying to remember how dripstone works a second. As far as lava farms, I'm going to try and double check. I don't think I need a specific kind of stone, but I don't remember. Anyway, like I said, it's less the actual building of the walls. It's more what... Yeah. Double checking. So yeah, I think we're fine, buddy. Anyway, that's more what I'm talking about. Less... Oh, they don't have any... It takes so long to... Really and truly more along the lines of just... Like, I'm not sure how else to put it. Like, yeah, no, walls in of itself, in theory, they don't take that long. Walls in the sense of... Yeah, bad things happen. And this is the results. I do think... The end result is kind of important on this one. Anyway. Also, walls, when you're being attacked by a big monster, I mean, dude. A little different. Sure. Except then you're having to do things like the initial wall. And remember, the initial wall, yes, I do agree, is basically around this area here that goes to effectively over here. Potentially just right behind this. Not these buildings necessarily. The wall would come back to here. So yes, that wall would be built relatively quickly. But initially shoddily. Which then ends in the fact in a major fire breaking out, leading to many buildings in the area basically having to be rebuilt from scratch as well. As you can see, like, for example, this one. And effectively are retrofitted as well with new features that allow for more people to live in the area. Trying to allow the people who are basically running for their lives to have an extra chance. Now, from there, you need to dig this entirely out. They would have to get to this point. Any trees that are here would have to be removed. Unless they became a candy cane tree. Like one of these. Right? Or one of these, the lollipop tree. Or potentially a third one. Which we'll call is probably the gumdrop tree. Or something. I don't know, we haven't decided. But I have to find if it's a variant, research if it's a safe variant that you can use, and therefore from there. But that's kind of the initial concept. From the area. From there. And I think the best example isn't even here as to how long it's been. But instead, Also, I'd like to point out, this wall is not being built with modern technology. I just thought of this. This is being placed block by block, brick by brick, by the villagers. Yes. There's no... And definitively not long term, there would be no tech. Plus, these materials that are here, you have to go very deep underground to get them, but they're better for kind of keeping things out. I mean, technically they have a mayor and a government. So, sure. But beyond that, for this wall, not whatever would be their initial wall. See, this isn't the wall that would be there. This is the new wall. Right? But they would start building after that point. That has guard defenses and all that. There's a guardhouse here. Kind of thing. Why do I hear a skeleton? I don't know. Anyway. Oh. 'Cause there. Right, I forgot. Anyway. This is the wall carved from blocks mined deep underground after the fire incident. During the point where a safety bunker has started being built. Yep, he's come back. I'm kind of wanting to see how much dripstone area would be. But then I'm going to probably finish because that really is what I was going till. Button face is not pleasant, cat. Get the butt out of my face so I can finish. I'm going to put these down. And then, buddy, it's all good. Anyway. Point being, the material has to be discovered, be utilized, carved into the new wall. Yep, I have been. But that's more where I'm going with. This isn't just any old wall. This is a wall that is built from materials deep under the ground. Attempt to keep the fire out. Hopefully. Alright, I had 26. Alright, so here I'm going to kind of create another room here. Anyway, point being that it would be deemed kind of terrifying. At least I think. The concept of a thing that could just kind of destroy things. I'll eventually actually get more. Right. This on this side also needs to go out too. Like this. Honestly, we probably need to be more than this, but this is be a good start for what we're doing here. Alright. I have 9 left. And as I said, I do it like this. Oops, I did that wrong. I mean, yeah, it's gonna need to be cooked as well. The iron I have found here. Alright. I mean, I guess that's the iron that was there. Yep. And then we have 1. Um... The implication, potentially. Alright. Two. Now I need... just a little bit. And then... I'd say I'm just kind of going with the grungy back kind of room kind of there. I think it's fine to just use normal stone to some extent. Hi! Thank you for the first time chat. I'm about to finish. How are you this evening? I hope you are well. Glad to hear you're doing well. I'm doing fine. Just getting some work done on the Christmas village. As you can see here. Thank you. Yes, I did. Any building you see on here? No, I've been building it. This is a totally vanilla world. Oh, this is nothing. This is my, Yep, it's post-apocalyptic Christmas-style village. That's exactly right, Knight. Thank you. It's also getting the... Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, this is over the course of like 2 years. Well, I mean, I guess technically. Because this is meant to be a... Yep. Yes, it is the second year. In fact. Let's just grab some of this now, and we can start actually putting it in. Don't know how much there is. But this is a full world. This is just, but this part I just started working with on for Christmas because I just felt like I should have something Christmassy. Or rather, it's more like last year with the Pale Garden. I built one thing. I'm not gonna go over and do it right now because, like I said, I do gotta finish, but... Basically, the statue I built, I just didn't feel like that was really... The update that was kind of met to me, but... I decided the white is the right color for Candy Cane. The Christmas village it is! Because it's not really white, it's a very pale pink. A little odd when you stop and realize that. Just kind of the color that, you know, if you have, because I don't think it was supposed to be pink. But it is. Like, if you get up close to it and you look at it, the coloring to it is pinkish. But that's good for, like, meshing well with that, because it's like, if you have candy cane, it is likely to, kind of have the color bleed a little bit, so I think it works. Anyway, I mean, honestly, I'm pretty pleased. I haven't really gotten much work done on it this year, because I was working on something else instead, but I'm happy with the few builds that I have done. And just some of the in general stuff that I've had. Although now that I think about it, I mean, technically, as far as mini builds in the area, I think I technically did more this year, potentially. We just went by singular items, because obviously we have that, and then we have that, this, if we were to count that separately. I don't think we should. Because I built that, and then we have the 2 buildings out there for this year. Whereas last year I built these. It should finish that. And obviously that's for the original village. The only things left. 2 houses. And then I never actually managed to, but mostly that's because this year. Because my main area is more done now. It was easier to have the materials I needed, so... Yeah. Even though I definitely did this world less this year. I had more time. I had more stuff. Plus, I didn't bother trying to furnish the insides of the buildings this year because I knew I only had like 3 villagers. Whereas before I had like 6 or 7, so it was like the concept would be that, and then it turns out. Pillager spawn. Yay! Anyway. Yeah, I do think I'm pretty happy. I'm especially happy with the view from afar now, when you first get here. Happier than I because it really does... Well, obviously there's going to be more things to add in as well, because that's got to also have buildings all the way across and everything. When you look at that view, I honestly think it's much better because now you can see the buildings there. When these buildings are in as well eventually, that'll be cool. Right? But luckily, I mean, they're all really simple houses. They're like the most simple I can get. Nothing special to them. It's just a whole lot of them that helps. They really... I mean, they really are. Like, the way I do them is I put down the outside blocks like these, right? And I build a square. I mean, none of these buildings are circular. None of them are, like, crazy amounts of shapes and things. Most of them are just square. And look at this thing. It's just literally this on the inside. Oh yeah. And as far as a house, I mean, you can, for a lot of them, take the designs and look at them from the original village. And I've mostly just expanded on and changed the colorations of them. Yeah, I have to finish myself. I'm not really showing it off. I'm just saying in general, it feels fancier than it really is. Alrighty. Because pretty much every single one of these houses has effectively the same roof. To some extent. I mean, that one, I guess, but that one is the exception to the rule, not the rule. Overall, you look at them, they're pretty much just like triangle roofs. The only difference is, well, instead of putting a stair here, I'll put a slab. I mean, I just don't think they're that complicated. Yeah, this is the greenhouse. It's, again, just has a frame and glass. Nothing special. Like, the only two buildings I think you can argue have unique roofs are this one and this one, really. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'm somehow secretly, I don't know what. Overall, like I said, though, I went with the roofs. The things that make them feel nice are just the little details. Like this. But quite literally, that's usually just, again, 2 normal blocks, a couple of walls, and then top. It's not... And this one doesn't have anything. It should, but it doesn't. Even with the... When I go more, like, for the details, like a boiler like this, it's just a blast furnace and the middle bars surrounded by some walls and stairs. I don't know. I guess I'm just... I just don't feel like I'm very... yeah. Heck, even the tree is just taking the normal tree and then changing the stripping the tree and then adding this. That's basically it, I think, with this one. Maybe I built this one, actually, now that I think about it, but... Yeah, I have to build this one because these are like this, but... I'm not sure. The only trees I'm definitely sure I built were these two, but that's just because they can't be built naturally. Yeah, no, overall it's just more... like... triangle roof. Triangle roof. Flat roof. Didn't even bother there with the roof. Triangle roof. Effectively, at the end of the day, triangle roof. And when you look at the walls and things, it's different block on the corners. Same blocks for the middle. Maybe have a window. 9 times out of 10, though, do not. And give fireplace. I don't know. Even this is, I just basically followed the path up of where I saw the buildings. And just made it easier to go up and down. I'm just saying, I know I have a style. I know it's... Like, once you see it, yeah, can't unsee it. And here as well. Like, oh, but it's not a triangle. It's a triangle roof. But from this angle. Like... Yeah. And I'm living here. In a cave. So... Yeah. But overall, mostly I've just made easier to walk around in. But this was already mostly here from what I remember. Oh yeah, that's my bee that ended up there. I was like, what is that? It's a bee. That escaped and I just never got back. Anyway. Yeah. That's what it is. It's basically just... triangle roof. I mean, in this case, it looks rounded, but if you stop and you look at it, it's a triangle. And flat roofs. I don't do anything else. I don't create the sweeps. I don't do that too much. Alright, so this should be here. 3, 4, 5, so this should be here. Alright. Alright. I don't know how deep this lava lake is. We're gonna find out. There we go. The idea is that this becomes a lava farm back here. Like I said, energy source for the entire town. Alright. Alright, clear that out. So let's do this side as well. Alright. I would at least kind of clear out a corner. This should be one here. And one here. Alright. I mean, I know I could probably focus on trying to do other stuff, but... Alright. So this should go here and here. Alright. Alright. Let me see. How much can I fit left? Yeah, I think I just picked up yeah. So we can go here, and then we can go here. And then... Oh, you can see the bottom there, but not there. Alright. So now we should be on the corner. It's one. Alright. So this should be able to go here. Here. I gotta remember there's a spot back there. Crap. I have food. I have water too, sort of. And this... where we have to be careful. Alright, let me just kind of get this, get the back corner back there. And then here. I honestly thought I'd be more through it. I can't really tell how far I am, I guess. Alright, so this would go here. Apparently I messed that up. Don't know if I actually did, though. Can't really tell. And I mean, it's good to have extra lava that way. Yeah, that's gonna be like that's gotta be there. That's gotta be there. What? Bizarre. I'm gonna do one more and then I'm gonna be done. Just yeah. Should I go there? Make sure there's actually a spot here, yeah. And then here. And I gotta, at some point, remember that I've got to do the other side, but that's a pretty good amount of lava already done. Alright, I need to get home. And then the next time, I guess we can finish that off. And build something small, potentially. Maybe like a little, statue. It really does a good job in kind of showing how nice it is, though, there. Yeah. Be good. Alright, Anyway, so I do think this is where we're gonna finish off. I know I got distracted by lava, but we're good, we're good. Anyway, so tomorrow we're gonna do Cookie Clicker. As I said earlier, apparently. And yeah, this isn't gonna be a VOD that I'm gonna save or anything like that. This is just gonna be, if you're here, you can chill, otherwise, sorry. Just because I don't, look at this. I just gotta be able to have, like, just the freedom to pick whatever Christmas music we want and all that, and I think that, yeah, that would probably be a problem. So, that's kind of where I'm gonna go with that. And as I said, last year I did try to at least save it on YouTube and it just didn't work. But, so yeah, we'll do Cookie Clicker. If you guys have anything else you want me to, like, see or, like watch or something like that, I will also be willing to do that as well. Like, if you guys have, like, a specific thing you want to watch or whatever. Just because it's the end of the year, it's Christmas, all that jazz, as long as it's on theme. But yeah, so I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Maybe. Or I hope you are having good sleep at that point, because obviously I hope that, obviously Christmas Day is, usually pretty, packed. One way or the other. But I do hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. If I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. And, yeah. Bye-bye!